Evening all. Look at me being all on time for once. That never happens. And yes, we are doing some more shipbuilding, which I'm very excited about. So normally at this point, I'd go over what we've been working on for the past few days since the last stream. But to be honest, there's not really been very much. I've been working on the new release video for the new Steam update, which is days away from being released now, which is nice. And we had some major issues with our web host, so I spent at least a day sorting all that out as well. So we've moved to a more reliable web host now, which means that the in-game bug report should be a lot quicker. In fact, when I was doing it, it was taking about 5 seconds, which was literally twice as fast compared to what it was doing before. So that's pretty good. And yeah, so it's one of those kind of admin few days over the past few days. It happens from time to time. But we shall be cracking on with some shipbuilding tonight. Ah yes, you shall definitely have the mini down. Let me just fire up SketchUp a minute. Ah, blinding. There you go, you can have a nice white screen. So you might notice there is something somewhat new on here since the last stream. So earlier on today I had a quick fiddle with this and I had an inspiration which I had to get out. So I was struggling on the last stream to properly align the rooms and work out kind of specifically what goes where. And I've come to the conclusion that we need to set it out on a grid to begin with, and then kind of make that grid more organic once we've worked out where things are going space-wise. And there's a lot of specifics to this which we need to adhere to. So one of the biggest things is, at least on the Magellan, I've tried to leave a 50 centimeter gap around all the corners, which gives us room enough to fit in a corner wall panel, which has been kind of the bane of some of the ship design, well, some of the interior design areas, not having enough room for panels. And then when we have a door frame, especially at the end of a corridor like this, we never have enough room for the panel. So if we take like a typical iPad sized screen like that, we need to make sure that we have enough room to embed that screen within the panel that surrounds the door. So there's lots of little things like that where we've struggled with space in the past. So I figured it would be nice to solve that problem from the beginning, make sure we have all our measurements set out in such a way that we're always leaving ourselves enough room for stuff, and that'll make everything else easier, basically. There's nothing on the Magellan that would fit, so the dimensions are going to be slightly different. I guess height-wise, the corridors are all the same height, but none of the segments are going to be the same. I might borrow some of the design language, because they are in part the same manufacturer, but it's going to be all new panels. So what I've done is I'm going to slice the ship horizontally. Hang on, music's a bit loud. If you imagine a normal ship, you have ribbing that goes all the way along the length of the ship, and we're going to need something similar here. So we need equally spaced ribbing down the whole length of the vessel. So if we make that ribbing separated by 2 meters, so 2 meter centers, I believe they would call that, that gives us our physical structure for the ship. And then we need to fit all our rooms and corridors and things within those 2 meter centers. So I've started kind of blocking out the door frames to the correct size, just to make sure that we're adhering to that grid properly. And then if we go with double width rooms for the captain and first officer, that gives us 6 smaller rooms for crew on a single deck. And if we double that, at least this bit up over 2 decks, that gives us 12 crew and 2 senior officers, which gives us our 14. It's still not very many for a ship of this size, but we'll see whether or not the ship gets a little bit more compact as we start fitting things in a bit more snugly. Yeah, exactly, Sadi, exactly. No, AJ, the main StarSim website's down at the moment because it comes with like an automatic will install WordPress for you thing. So I clicked that button expecting it to just work, and it didn't just work. It's tried routing it to a completely different folder which you can't access. So I'm just going to do it myself and install it manually. But it does mean copying the database over and everything else, which I just haven't had time for yet. So it is on my to-do list. I figured we'd get the wiki and Mantis working first, because they're the 2 things that are the priority. Our actual website, that's not really like critical right now. Although it does need doing for the demo update, because I'm sure we'll get floods of people going to it. Yeah, so if we look at this with the kind of bounds that we set up before around it, then like especially on this corridor here, this is where we can have a narrowing corridor as it comes up into this door frame, if we have a door frame there, and then we can have those angled windows along there, which would look nice. And it means that these crew quarters all open up onto a fairly wide corridor with windows, which will be quite nice. Kind of picturing that in my head, I imagine that's going to be a really nice space. And of course that's mirrored on both sides. And then you've got a central corridor separating the senior officers' quarters, and these will have their own windows, so these will be more like staterooms. So I'm liking this. I'm liking the layouts, and from a game engine perspective, we're breaking that visibility as well. So by having this Y split here, if the camera's down here, obviously we don't have that long extended visibility run now, so we don't have to worry about culling objects quite so severely. If we make the lift 4 meters by 4 meters, that fits into that nicely, and that would be the exact size and shape of a stairway, which isn't too bad. The stairs themselves are a little bit narrow, but it's kind of not the end of the world. I don't quite know what to put here. I mean, the idea was to have a stairwell at each end of the habitation area, but with this being potentially the bridge entrance here, it kind of makes it a bit of a weird space. Especially if the only reason we're here is to get to the bridge, because I guess a couple of these guys are going to be on the bridge, but mostly speaking it's only the people on the bridge that are going to be coming this way. But then it's a small vessel, so I imagine everyone will be on the bridge at some point. But yeah, lots of considerations to fit into this. That's a fair point, Firstus. We haven't catered for visitors aboard the vessel. And it wouldn't be a hardship just to add another 2 quarters here. That's certainly very doable. Yeah, we definitely want to keep the holo display visible to all the bridge crew, because it's our main information tool, so we can't have it too far away or out of sight. Yeah, so the rationale behind putting them there, I like having these templates because it makes life really easy moving things around. See, we could do something like this. And then move these back a bit. So we could do something like that, where we've got these isolated sections separated by bulkheads, which means we're creating these like bulkhead secured areas, which will be good for when we have things like fire spread, being able to close these doors. I mean, that might be a little bit overkill, and we could perhaps do something like that, but I think having the door there might just break it up a little bit. Yeah, I really love that on the White Star. Yeah, on Minbari ships where you've got that kind of walk around holo display all around you. That is very cool. But yeah, you need a pretty big room for that. Yeah. See, the staircase can be fairly central. Again, on a ship this size, you don't need a lot in the way of areas to get between decks. I mean, I think we definitely do need a staircase at the front, although it is only going between 2 decks. In the middle here, where you're going to have potentially 5 decks, that's where it's really going to come into its own. And that's where we'd want our lift as well, so we'd have that kind of back here somewhere. But we do run the risk of making the ship too big at that point. Definitely want to keep it as compact as we can. Yeah, I think office space for the captain, I think, is going to have to be in their quarters, which is kind of a reason to give them a quarters that are this big, because it gives them that space to be able to entertain or chew people out, you know, whatever they're doing on the particular day. Yeah, it's, again, right now, that is exactly 100 meters from bow to stern. And I like the idea of keeping it clamped at 100 meters if we can get away with it. Obviously, there's other stuff, like we need the RCS thrusters and the hardware for that, and the fuel tanks for that. And it's like, okay, so where's that going to fit? So if this is literally the edge of the rooms, then are we going to have room for the RCS hardware? And this is something I was talking about on the last stream, about sorting out where the pipes and the cables and the hardware is going to go first, and then working out where the rooms go around that, because otherwise you're trying to route cabling between rooms and it's kind of a backwards way of doing it. Because if we were to have some RCS here and here on either side, that gives us quite a bit of control authority in terms of kind of your center of mass, and then have the other two kind of here and here. That means we've got a lot of horizontal separation between the RCS quads, which means depending on where the pivot point is, it should give you a fair bit of maneuverability. Might be even to have a midships bit as well. But yeah, we'll definitely have them here, 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 and here, and then perhaps wherever else we can fit them. Maybe some on the engine mounts themselves. But when it comes to pitching up and down, we definitely want a lot of horizontal space between the RCS thrusters. That will be properly simulated, by the way, so when we actually sort out the sublight flight properly, then it's no longer going to be magically just turning. The actual thrusters will be applying force to the physics model of the ship. So the position of the RCS thrusters genuinely matters from the physics sim. So we'll have to make sure we bear that in mind. It's been a long time since I've seen The Last Starfighter. I'll have to watch it again. Right, let's see if we can fit this reactor into this grid idea. So right now it's not quite aligned, so let's align it to the grid and see what we're doing space-wise. So I guess the maximum width of that room is going to have to be there. Like at the absolute maximum. Although more accurately there. So 380 gives us space for a 2-meter stairwell, which I try and leave at least 2 meters for a stairwell, just to make sure the NPCs have room not to get stuck on themselves. And I guess 180 would take it to there. I'll probably end up scaling this reactor down a little bit. I don't think it needs to be quite this big. Yeah, so in an ideal world, the reactor room would be about that big. I'll just make some markers a minute. So these little sticky out bits that I'm aligning it to, that's actually the bracing that goes around all the interior panels, so that we know that we can fit some more panels in. So that would be the outer wall. And if we get rid of that a minute. We can start colouring some of this in then. Let's go orange for engineering. Okay, so that would be the reactor room. I think anything bigger than that, and then we're getting too big for a ship of this size. I use Unreal itself, since I build all of the materials in Unreal. I very much doubt it, Gabriel. I think wheels or some other form of landing gear are going to be the way forward. Having something land nose up, if that's what you mean, is going to be a nightmare with the physics engine. So we'll avoid that like the plague. So that gives us our corridors back to the cargo hold and the shuttle bay. Once we do the structural framework itself, it will start to make sense. So basically every single red line going across there is going to be support structure all the way through. And if you imagine a series of flat sheets all the way across, then we're basically just cutting holes in that flat sheet for the doors and things. So it would be something like this. So each deck's 300 centimeters tall, so that would be that. So basically you've got these flat sheets of sheet metal going all the way through the ship every 2 meters, and then we're just going to be punching holes in that wherever we need a room or a doorway, basically the same way they make real ships. And then that gets basically cut up into blocks. So like this bit here would be a separate block which is manufactured in isolation, and then this piece here would be another block which is manufactured separately, and then those two blocks get welded together to form like more of the ship, and they just stack blocks and weld them together as they build the ship from the keel upwards. Right, let's see if we can figure out where we're going to fit that shuttle bay. It would be nice if we had a corridor going along the back of it, because that makes access easier. Then the shuttle bay proper would be there. So it would have an access door there, which would have to be a midway between two sections type of door. See, I'm looking at this in terms of wall panels, flooring tiles, and all sorts. One of the big things with the Magellan is all of the wall panels are between 2.5 to 3 meters wide, which is bigger than all of the doors. So you couldn't actually take off and transport any of the wall panels through any of the doors, which is which is stupid. So I'm definitely going no more than 2 meters wide on the wall panels, so that they can fit through any door on the ship. So I'm looking at this in terms of how wide the wall panels are, how big the floor tiles are going to be. So we'd have like maybe 3 floor tiles across there. The experience with the Magellan has taught us all the pitfalls we need to avoid. For sure. Yeah, so we definitely need this entire space for the shuttle bay. Again, we measure the interior against these little lugs that stick out, so that we know whereabouts the wall panels are going to run to. So that would be the internal floor area. And if we allow about 2 inches worth of wall panels, and that'll give it a shuttle bay colour. Shuttle bay can be, no, it's too engineering. Kind of that colour. No, still too engineering. That'll do. Yeah, so that's pretty much as big as we can go for the shuttle bay, which is just about big enough for 2 shuttles. And then we need to make room here somewhere for the RCS hardware, and we need a room associated with that as well, so that we can get in there and perform maintenance. We can maybe use these little winglets here. So if we've got winglets that come out, we can actually have some fuel tanks in those edge bits there for the RCS, and then we can take take some fuel lines down the edge here, leading to the front ones as well, which means to access those fuel lines you'll need to open up panels along the length of these corridors. So it's nice, it gives us a reason to open these panels because there'll be fuel lines running behind them. And of course, all of that will be running in real time, like everything else. Let's get rid of those ones there. Yeah, you're definitely right there, Delta. It's we've learned so many lessons when it comes to the most efficient way of building a ship, and then how to manage the layout of that ship. And one of the biggest lessons, of course, is making sure you leave yourself room for stuff. It's nice, once you start adding walls and things, you start to get a feel for, what that space is going to be like. So I definitely like having that corridor behind the shuttle bay. I think that works well. Whether we need that upstairs as well is debatable. So it might just be that we have the single entrance at ground level and then just a high bay. We can maybe have a little control room behind it, but then we will need some stairs up to it if we're doing that. Could maybe have some doors up the top and have some stairs coming down the sides. Have a look whether or not that's viable, because we could have a gantry going around the top there. We shall see. Yeah, this kind of pre-planning, we never did this for the Magellan. Most of it was just winging it, and having a rough idea of how you want everything to go, but not having this level of pre-planning. I think yeah, that's definitely a lesson learned there. Planning out exactly where the doors are going to go, exactly where things are going to run, exactly how big the rooms need to be. It's invaluable. Of course, one big question is, how are we going to get into the reactor room? That is true. One of the things that I found way back when I started doing this as a hobby, when I was building Star Trek ships, you'd start off with some deck plans, and there are loads of really, really good deck plans online, but they're all 2D, and none of them tend to align in 3D. So whilst, on a 2D plane, if you're just leafing through a book and looking at the deck plans, they look great. You've got stairwells and you've got, turbo lift runs, and they all look great. But when you start stacking them on top of each other and you try and actually build that as a 3D environment, nothing ever quite lines up the way it should, and that was always a source of frustration. So yeah, building things in 3D is a very different beast than just making a 2D deck plan. So yeah, if you are making a 2D deck plan, build it in 3D first and then make it into a 2D deck plan, just so everything lines up. So things like that, Arthur, are going to be like on the decks underneath. So we were blocking out all the different places that we could fit a room. So like we can undersling some of the refueling hardware under there, which takes care of that. But we do have space enough on the underside to be able to cram in or at least 6 rooms there with a corridor down the middle. So there are options. Yeah, we might have a grid now, but the grid will be disappearing. So once we've spaced out where everything's going, then this will all be curved and smoothed off, and whilst we might have the same separation along the length of the ship, so the 2 meter frame separation will remain the same, when it comes to separation along the width of the ship, like this corridor will be triangular. It'll be a lot more organic once it's done. Yeah, and perhaps one day. Hang on, I got cat doing weird stuff. Stop doing weird stuff. Yeah, when it comes to our eventual shipbuilding expansion, which is inevitable at some point, it will probably be something like this, where we have different sized rooms that fit onto a grid, and then you kind of fit them together accordingly with pre-positioned places for pipes and cables and stuff. Be quite complicated, making sure everything connects together, but that's how we'd have to do it. Hey, Roots Rat. I don't recall seeing a message, but I shall have a look for sure. You're better off messaging Claire on Discord, because I get so many DMs, they kind of get swamped. So I end up ignoring a lot of them. But Claire is very good at answering DMs. So the question is, where are we doing the RCS? I'm assuming there probably makes the most sense. We can also move the ring forward a bit if need be. I need to move that forward a bit actually. That would be helpful. It does give us a slightly bigger shuttle bay if we do that. Let's give that a try a minute, see what that actually looks like. So if we move them forward 200, which is the nice thing about having a grid, and then we copy them by 200. And then we move them by 200. That's nice in the sense that it gives us much more room to play with there. In fact, we had some mock-up little shuttles, didn't we? Yeah, there they are. Let's copy that over there a minute. Yeah, that certainly gives us a lot more room for vehicles. Which is by no means a bad thing. Okay, and then we just need to fit in the other infrastructure, which is the challenging bit. Yeah, we've got some stairs over here. So then there needs to be a stairwell that goes for the entire vertical width of the ship. And I think 2 stairwells make sense for a ship this size. If we can squeeze in a stairwell here, that would help. In fact, let's do that. Let's borrow one of those. So these are all aligned to the same grid at the moment. So if we're including the wall space in that, so that would be 10 there, 10 there, just to keep it in the middle. Yeah, I think we've got definitely room enough to have a couple of stairways in the shuttle bay, and that takes care of needing any kind of separate space. So rather than having to make some separate stairway to access the upper level of the shuttle bay, we can just have a gantry at the top there like that, which makes life all the easier. Just line up that, just to be nice. Yeah, so I think something like that. We've got room enough for 2 vehicles, and a nice stairway to get to the upper level. It's actually the upper Oni Noni, I'm just using it for space measuring. Yeah, if we wanted to make them big sweeping stairs, we'd have to have them take up 3 grid points, but I think they're alright taking up 2. Again, it will be. So the shuttle bay is essentially those 2 bits there. Hang on, let me copy this down to show what I mean. So that's the center line of the ship betwixt those 2 decks. So the midpoint vertically on the shuttle bay is the exact middle of the ship. Yeah, if I hang on, if we make that one unique, then we can start sorting some of that out. So get rid of them off of there a minute. If we make, oh, that's not even a component, so we don't need to care about it. Yeah, so height wise you're looking more like that. It's definitely going to be a bit of a squeeze in there, but yeah, it's about all we can manage. Although, that said, we do have enough room at the edges there. We could perhaps recess that stairwell into the wall there a little bit, and that gives us more horizontal space for wings and things, because the shuttles are going to have winglets and things on them, so yeah, it is going to be snug. Yeah, and then we get to have another door at the top there. Yeah, so there we go. Multiple ways down, which is nice. Maybe give it a couple of windows on the top section. Right, so if we put that on the deck 2 level, that will be on the deck 3 level. So where we've been exporting this stuff into Unreal, we can re-export that using the new stuff that we've made, which is a lot more scale friendly. Just as an example, actually, so this was the crew quarters we made previously. So they're almost the same size, but they're just a little bit more spacious, which is nice. So it just gives us a little bit more room in there for the crew. Actually, should we go ahead and replicate that just so we've got that catered for? Let's move that over there and grab a copy of that and move that over there. So size-wise, we wanted that to be, well, we can go a bit bigger now, can't we? So we're doing 200 for the bed. Might be able to middle this actually. And how wide was that? That was 150. So that's 70, so 150 is there. So it goes across there. Yeah, definitely a lot more spacious. Boothbys, yes, the shuttles will be just as fully simulated. They'll have their own fuel tanks, wire runs, hardware, that sort of thing. So bunk beds, yeah. So yeah, I have thought about going the route of bunk beds, but on a ship this size, where we need as much infrastructure as we do, if you were to convert these to bunk beds, then at most you're only saving like this much, but maybe cut that in half. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge amount of space saved, you know, in terms of the entire ship. And especially when you think about this is a corporate vessel with private people living on it. It's not really a bunk beds kind of environment. I think for a military vessel, yeah, definitely, where you've got enlisted crew. But for a private vessel with civilians, I think we're going to stick to crew cabins, because the crew cabins aren't that big. They really don't take up much room. Maximum, yeah. It's probably more like 14, but we'll see. Once we start adding the science labs and things, we will figure out just exactly which crew members we need. And then we'll tweak the number of crew quarters we have depending on how many labs we've got and how many engineers we need and that sort of thing. Yeah, it definitely can't hurt to have some way of sleeping a guest, or maybe you've picked up some people that need ferrying somewhere. Just some, pull-out beds somewhere or something like that. So again, when it comes to the interior space, we also need to think about how wide the walls are going to be, and then how wide the panels are going to be. So we know the walls are all 1 inch thick metal. So if we go ½ an inch to represent the thickness of the metal, and then 2 inches, which is the how proud of the wall the brackets are, and then another 2 inches for the actual panel itself. In terms of internal floor space, you're actually looking at something more like this. So that's the wall there, which means we can go all the way back to there, and then forward by 5, and the same here, all the way to the wall, and then out by 5. And yeah, then this will need extending as well. So if that's our 1 meter wide door, then we need to make sure that the interior size is also that big. So I guess we need to move. Well, I guess we just need to do that, don't we? Let's draw that across there. That just preserves our 1 meter there, so that should be exactly a meter, yeah. Right, so that's the bathroom. and I think we went with, what was that height-wise on there? 50. Okay, so 50, 100, 200, and the height was 150, which seems a little bit on the high side, but we'll probably tweak that down. Okay, yeah, so 150 takes us to the wall, so we don't want that, so we need so we need to bring this out a little bit actually. So 10, yeah, 10, so 150 gives us a gap to the wall plus some breathing room for the back of the panel, which should be exactly 5, yep. Actually, we need the same here as well, so that needs to come in by 5. Which means that needs to go by 5, and that needs to go by 5. Should we give him his desk as well? Actually, let's do all the furniture bits. Okay. There we go. That's you know, in the grand scheme of things, that's actually quite a generous cabin. I'd certainly be very comfortable in something that big. So you can see here as well the benefit of leaving these cavities, because it means we've now got cavities where we can run pipes and, you know, the plumbing and the power and that sort of thing. Okay. I'll flesh these staterooms out once we know how the wall slope is looking here, because we want the sloping windows there, and it kind of reminds me of Janeway's quarters on the Voyager, where you've got like her bedroom's got like these sloping windows. I imagine it would look something like that. Yeah, like where the sofa is. You've got those kind of vertical support beams, and then you've got a sofa with the windows, and you've got a bed with the windows, that sort of thing. Yeah, it's a fair point, Fredishay. I mean, mean, they won't have baths in. They will definitely just have shower units. So this will get tweaked. Once we actually build the room properly, then all of this is obviously going to get polished and sorted out. I would like to make the bed bit slightly wider, so we've got room for either shelving either side or like a pull-out wardrobe or something. Yeah, so we will tweak and play with that over time. Right, so the biggest issue we have now is sorting out where the science labs are going to go, where the main stairwell needs to go, and where the ancillary engineering rooms need to go, because we don't have any battery rooms yet. We worked out last time that we were going to put the fuel and coolant tanks under the floor, so they're all like under here. So we'll do that. So that's easy enough. But yeah, this main stairwell needs to go down, I guess, at least to that level. And then I suppose ideally it would be nice to have maybe have the reactor room accessed from down there. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the old spirals, especially with a lift running up the middle, and I think we could definitely do something like that for the main stairwell. So if we've got a main stairwell roughly in the middle, then we could do a nice spiral staircase, lift up the middle of it, maybe a big window above, something like that. If I copy that down again a bit, and also up. So we make this one deck 1 and that one deck 4. And let's turn off 2 and 3 a minute. So just copy that over real quick, just so we know where our vertical height limits are. Yeah, then this, if we're making this into our cargo hold, needs to come back a fair bit, so that's 600. That takes the cargo hold to there. Probably needs to come in a bit as well, because if we're coming down at an angle, yeah, we need to chop off those bits at the edges, so it's also going to have to come in a bit. See, it's not going to have the stairs. Yeah, so as cargo holds go, it's going to be fairly small. And then we'll have to curve it in the back a little bit. Which means like none of this is going to have any room either. So if we're coming down at an angle there, yeah, then probably none of that. We'll tweak that as needed. Potentially, I think we're going to have to stretch the ship a little bit to fit in the engineering spaces. Or right now we have the reactor 4 decks tall, which I think is somewhat overkill. So I'm thinking of maybe making the reactor 3 decks tall, and then we've got a whole room above it for all the batteries. Yeah, potentially we've got room for more storage at the front. We shall see. Obviously, we're not going to have crew quarters down here. Or any of that, to be honest. Maybe we'll... one less. Maybe we'll give ourselves about that much space. And again, we'll have less on the width because we're coming in an angle. So if the midpoint is there, it's going to come down like that. So yeah, we're very, very limited on space. So we had some tanks under there, so if we recreate that in here. Right, so that's going to be all the cryo tanks, and that's basically the bit that's underslung underneath. Although I did go further down with that, didn't I? So we're going to take that one step further. Oops, forgot to make it unique. Right, so that would make that the lower floor of the reactor, right there. Yeah, so I'm thinking this is way too big. So we need to bring that down in scale. So if we so 3 decks tall would take it to there. So if we scale that to there. Right, so that's our reactor room space there, which I think is more than big enough for this particular ship. We did have this to cater for the access points for the pylons. But if we've got another different engineering room above, the pylons can just go into that instead. So we've got nothing there. Yeah, no room for anything there. No room for a corridor either side. So basically we've got fuel tanks stored right underneath. We've got the reactor above the fuel tanks, so that all those cryo fluids and things are just going to go straight up vertically into the reactor. And then we can have the power distribution for the reactor above it, which means the room that would be on deck 1, that would be the battery room. So that whole vertical stack becomes the engineering space. It takes us up to there. Yeah, so that's the room that would need the entrance points for the pylons. Oh, did I not make that one unique? Right, so that's a separate room. Yeah, it's it definitely needs to be a fusion reactor because of the amount of power we need to generate. It doesn't necessarily need to be vertical. It could always be a horizontally aligned one. And if that makes it easier for space saving reasons, then that's what we'll go with. I mean, we can make the reactor as big or small as we want. I mean, at some point we'll have to start applying our own physics calculations to the size of the reactor versus the amount of power it can output. Right now it's completely undecided, so it's arbitrary. You know what? That can be an engineering-y room. If we match the cargo hold size there, then that can be another engineering space. Size permitting. I guess that's the problem, isn't it? It needs to be smaller. Argon. So they're basically plasma rockets. So anything that's non-volatile that we can just turn into plasma and chuck out the back. So yeah, something like argon. So let's say then, if we were to go with a horizontal reactor, which solves needing such a big engineering room, because we're not having to have a circular gantry around it, we can kind of squeeze that down a bit. Does mean we can have more engineering space above and below, which I like. It's going to take up some room that we were going to use for a stairwell, but that's not the end of the world. If we have to make the ship a little bit longer, then we will, basically. But yeah, I think in terms of efficient use of space, I think horizontally aligning the reactor would work. Which means makes it actually closer to its real world counterpart, which is also actually horizontally aligned. In case no one has seen it before, find a picture of a minute. So our reactor design is loosely based on TAE's reactor. Which is called Norman. Don't know why they called their reactor Norman, but there you go. But yes. So theirs is horizontally aligned. And I guess of a similar size. Because if you look at the size of it versus all these peeps, then it's pretty much the same size as what we're going for here. Obviously it's not outputting anywhere near as much as what we are, but still. Yeah, that. which means we need to align it to our mid-plane, because it would be really nice if the reactor was right in the middle, like vertically aligned to the center line of the ship, so the reactor is like literally right in the middle. That appeals to my symmetry brain, which means that it's going to be on decks 2 and 3. So decks 2 and 3 become the reactor room. This one underneath isn't. Yeah, it is begging to be on a lathe, isn't it? To be honest, it's not all that small either, is it? So we should be able to walk up and around it. So like when it comes to the physical hardware aboard the ship, I don't want it to magically stop because there's a corridor. So, you know, we will route the corridor around the hardware depending on where that hardware needs to run, and yeah, where all the pipes and things are going to come from. That doesn't sound wrong. No, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So that's 12 by 12. Yeah. So would that be 244? It's 12 by 12 meters anyway. Yeah, we're not going diagonal. That's just crazy talk. Okay, so what I like about this is all of the power runs and everything can all come straight into that room. So everything converges on this midpoint, which I like. Let's just grab a copy of those a minute. Make sure we get that convergence right. Yes, they're all pointing directly at the reactor, which I like. And I think what we'll do perhaps is maybe have it so that the one end of the reactor is obviously going to be all the high voltage cabling. So if we align that with the supports for this, then we can run that straight up and have it visible going that way. It's useful that it's under the floor. Which means we need to extend those out to say there. And those ones to say there. That just fits them within our framing widths. So we'll have all the high voltage stuff going up one side, and then crew access at the other end. Yeah, Marvin the Reactor. Perfect. So, like a 1/2 meter wide pipe would look somewhat like that. That noise you can hear in the background is my cat throwing up. Just, I don't know whether it came up on the microphone or not, but delightful. So this is the sort of thing that gets me excited. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Please ignore my cat. Yeah, once we start actually connecting the hardware up to the reactor in a very physical and visible way, yes, that's the sort of thing that excites me. And yeah, we want lots of this visible and on display so that we can actually see you know, how the hardware routes its pipes and cables and things. Because I want to be able to do a cutaway where it's only showing the physical hardware. You're right, they should be orange, shouldn't they? Actually, I'll do them the whole thing a different colour. Yeah, I agree. I think horizontal reactor definitely is the way to go forward with this. I'll move that forward a bit. Actually, I think we'll move that so that it's in line with the grid. Because that will just make life easier in the future when we're building walls around it. So once this is all done, what I want to be able to do is turn off the hull. Let's just assign these to hull. No. I'm hoping it'll keep the hardware. No, it won't keep the hardware. Of course it won't. Hang on, let me just grab all these bits a minute. Right, yes, so once everything is all done and all the hardware is built, I want to be able to turn off the decks of the ship and leave only the physical hardware visible, so that we can do really, really nice detailed cutaway diagrams that are only showing the ship's actual hardware, which I think is going to be all kinds of epic. We need much of that. Yes. Yeah. Yes, power lines, fuel tanks, all of it. So that, like, when you turn off basically the physical structure and all the rooms and things, you're just left with this almost like when you see the human body when you're just showing all the the nerves and things, just a mess of wires and hardware and all the really sexy hardware stuff that we know and love. You know, it's this aspect of building this stuff that I find the most interesting. And then working out, obviously, you know, where does the crew access fit into this? How do we get into these engines, and how do we sort all this stuff out? Let me just group these up a minute. Make them blue because they're coolant. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. Although maybe at the other end. Because if we've got the output at one end, we'll have the input at the other. I know, something like that. So yeah, so as we build out the interior of the ship, you also need to start thinking about how these things are all going to connect together, and you know, where the fuel lines are going to run for like the RCS and that sort of thing. For the main engines and for the FTL, it becomes really simple because there's this nice convenient cross design. So you know, we're very easily routing the hardware through to the outer ring and the engines and everything. But yeah, so for the RCS, that's going to be a little bit more of a challenge. But it makes sense to do the battery room on top, I reckon. Because this is also going to be the upper access way into there as well. So yeah, that does make more sense. And then maybe we have an engineering access staircase, which is basically locked down, only accessible by engineering. Because we're going to have the so underslung at the front, of course, we've got our fuel scoop hardware. So that needs to go up into this as well, because the fuel scoop's going to basically gather gases and compress them straight down into these tanks. So that can be fairly isolated and localized. So if we assume yeah, so the RCS is, I guess, the floor level over here, isn't it? So let's copy that across again, just so we've got our bearings. Yeah, no, the Magellan is the Magellan. I'm not changing anything now. The Pathfinder, however, when we do the Magellan's follow-up ship, will be built like this. Hardware first, with a proper scale, proper layout. And then, yeah, it'll be far more sensible in terms of its structure and layout. I feel that this is probably the best area to do the RCS, and that's going to have to go again. We're going to go at an angle through there. Just to get my bearings here. So this one is deck 1, so none of that will be there. Making sure I'm not putting stuff where it won't fit. Okay, so if we've got the 2 staterooms up on deck 2, then we don't need them down here on deck 3. So that space can be used for something else. So we can maybe have some crew facility rooms there, like the laundrette and that sort of thing. But it does mean that the RCS that 4 is going to take up probably, given that this is going to be on a curve, let's say, let's go down to the middle first and then guess about 150. So the RCS needs to be fairly chunky, because it's not just going to be the hardware, it's going to be potentially some coolant tanks. Which definitely limits what room we have back here. Plus it's going to be at an angle, isn't it? So yeah, very little in the way of space. I think, yeah, we can have them running parallel to them easily enough. So I'm just thinking in terms of maintenance access. Obviously they're split between the 2 decks, but then so is the bridge, and I'm just wondering whether or not we make this whole nose section actually between 2 decks and then have steps down into it from here. Because it solves the bridge problem then as well. Yeah. See, I'm quite a fan of that as an idea. So yeah, so the bridge is centralized vertically on the mid-plane, which means that the RCS thrusters and things can have a door that's on that deck to get in there and do maintenance activities. Yeah, and then we just need some steps down into it from this corridor. So we could even, if we have a non-central door for these quarters, then we can actually have some steps down at the end of the corridor. So this corridor has a lower door leading into this area, which then makes sense because the access to the bridge is via walking past the Captain and XO's quarters, which is kind of like the main users of the bridge. Which means, to be honest, if we're doing that, we don't even need the stairwell, because there'd be nothing to go down to. Does, however, mean we need a stairwell further back. Yeah. So if we were to get rid of deck 2 a minute, and get rid of that a minute. So on the deck below, there would essentially be nothing down there. And then on deck 2, everything from there would actually move down, including that door, would move down to the ship mid-plane, which would be there. No, it wouldn't. Hang on, I'm going mad. No, because we've got 300, and then a further 50 underneath. I just need to think about the framework underneath as well. So that would be the exact midpoint, which means it would be there. Yeah, so because we've got 50 centimeters underneath, which is the lower hull basically. Then you've got your 250 for the room, and then another 50 on top for the upper hull. It should be in total 350, which means that one was 350. Yeah, so that's where it would be. So if we turn on did I just delete the RCS things? I did, didn't I? No matter, I shall make them again. Yeah, so that's the internal volume there, halfway between the two decks. Oh no, I did keep it. Going mad. So we don't need the 50 on there, and that can be aligned to that. Yeah, so all we need to do is where we've got this. So if we move that over to there, maybe. Yeah, then we've got this area here for making stairs. Because basically we need to go from there to there, which is not terrible. Just extrude that up a minute. Extrude by vector that way. So go down like that. We'll make it all nice and ornate. Which means that goes over to there. Then we don't need a staircase there or there. All that. Okay, so it means that the entire nose cone is made up of RCS hardware, the bridge, and I suppose we could maybe mount a weapon turret on there somewhere as well and have that as part of this. And then all the pipe work can, as I said before, run down the edge of these corridors and be accessible from there. That works. One more block? Oh, over to here. I don't think that's particularly steep. Yeah, so by virtue of having this, we're going to have some kind of staircase here. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, yeah, to be honest, there's no reason why we can't extend this forward. No reason at all, in fact. It doesn't need to be there. I was just lining that up because it was neat, but yeah, we could push it forwards. Yeah, I don't think we've really got room for that. We need just to rely on the shuttles for evacuations. Okay, so if we're half decking the bridge with the access coming down from deck 2, that makes sense because that's where they are. Yeah, then we do need a stairwell of some sort here. And then the additional stairwell at the back. I do think we're going to have probably at least another maybe 4 or 5 meters length on this. Yeah, I think the bridge is already going to be quite big because you know, when you look at the slope of the hull, it's going to be quite a tall room. I mean, it's going to take up, you know, all that space really. And then we'll have wraparound windows around there as well. Might just move them back a bit, maybe to there. And then we need the same thing here as well. So I think what we'll do is we'll do the same thing where we'll have the RCS hardware room kind of between 2 decks, and then we'll have some stairs down into it. That seemed to make the most sense. Let's just check our alignment again a minute. Just move that out ever so slightly. It's going to look a bit weird, but this is only a rough guide of the profile. Obviously, once the rooms are there, we shall sort it out properly. Yeah, so we've got this little gap here alongside the shuttle bay, and it is actually big enough for a very small access way. So we can have basically all of that as the RCS quad, and have like a little maintenance door there with some stairs going down into it, which works perfect. So our midpoint is there. So we need to go up 150. Get rid of that. Actually, that wouldn't be that, would it? It would be, because if that's the middle, it'd be 125 that way, and 125 that way. Right, and that should be the 250. Yeah, so that's the actual internal volume, and then you've got all the other bits on the top. So let's just map that out a second. Again, this is all very basic roughing out at this stage. We shall make it perfect and nicely rounded once we know what we're doing with everything. Yeah, so I think the easiest way of doing this, we get rid of that template again. Let's give it a floor a minute. Yeah, so I like the idea of having an access here. Sorry, I'm losing my voice tonight for some reason. So if we continue that across to there, and we'd have access down to say there. Actually, maybe even there, to be honest. It's not a huge slope. Yeah, then on this side we'd need just some kind of maintenance doorway. Doesn't need to be huge. Even that's probably too big, to be honest. No. Of course, I'm putting the stairs up to where the deck would be, but of course it's not, it's there, isn't it? So that makes the stairs even nicer. Yeah, so we'll take the stairs down into the room, which means we don't want this particular grid in there, or on this side. You may as well continue that across. Right, so we've got our aft RCS rooms, which are way bigger than they need to be honest, but once we've angled the hull, they'll get a bit smaller. If anything, it makes these ones too small, to be honest, but we can always extend them out a little bit. Okay. So if we're splitting this ship into three logical sections, then I guess we need three battery rooms. Well, three sets of battery arrays. Or treat the forward, mid and aft sections the same as we do with quadrants on the Magellan. So essentially they're quadrants as far as the power distribution is concerned. So it would mean we need if we divide that, yeah, so we need 3. We want to make sure we've got equal space around them. So if we were to do that gives us 2 there, 2 there. I can never work out the spacing so that we have equidistant spacing like either side. Well, I shall figure it out. We make them 3 meters wide. So obviously we'll tweak and scale and sort all this out. But that's basically where they're going to go. And they are of course hardware. So turn off those layers. Yeah, so we'll have the reactor there, fuel and everything pumped up from below. We'll have the battery rooms there, and for that we'll have, let me borrow that a minute. Stick that on there or something. So obviously we need to route power through to the RCS, and we'll take the RCS power directly from the batteries rather than the reactor. So the only thing that will be powered directly by the reactor are the batteries themselves, the FTL sublight engines. Actually, no, to be honest, the sublight engines can be powered from the batteries. It's only really the FTL drive that needs that much power. So if we have the shield capacitors, the weapons, and the FTL drive powered directly from the reactor into whatever capacitors they're using, yeah, then we'll have everything else from the batteries. So you'll still be able to maneuver sublight from the battery banks, but not FTL. So that kind of hides all that in there nicely. So that deck doesn't need those sticky out bits. Neither does this one. To be honest, we can probably go in much further than that. Starting to build up that shape at the edge now. I would like it to curve in more towards the bottom, so yeah, some of these rooms underneath have to get smaller. We can probably move those up a level, actually. We might not need the underslung room. We could just have the just the hardware down there, but we'll see how that looks. I don't want to make the hull too tall. Otherwise it will lose its kind of slim profile. Yeah, there is there's a plane, let's see if I can find it, that's got like a rounded nose to it. Let's see if I can find an example. Now, I suppose the closest things would be the F-19. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to find exactly which aircraft it was, but there's an aircraft that has a fairly rounded nose to it, and the windows that sweep all the way around. And I kind of like the shape to that. I want it to be very, very much like a dart-shaped ship, without being too tall, so it retains its dart-like appearance. I don't want it to turn into a cone, if that makes sense. So these will definitely have to be chopped off at an angle. Let's try moving this up a minute. So we move them up to the room above. Same with these. That certainly packs that down a bit more. So now we've got, yeah, so the reactor room itself is 2 decks tall, and then the tanks underneath and the batteries on top are only 1 deck tall. So that you've got a nice logical flow where you're turning all the fuels into power via the reactor. And then for the RCS, we're going to have to maybe have shared tanks. So we're just, if we only have the hardware in the rooms for maintenance purposes, then we can maybe squirrel the tanks away somewhere else. Because we do have space out here in this like little winglet section, so we could maybe have some horizontal tanks there, which would serve that purpose. In fact, we could even have a bit of a maintenance corridor running down the middle there, alongside the tank. That could work. Because if all the hardware is clustered around here, and then we have fuel tanks running along here, and we could have something akin to a, it's like an access way here, and then have that come along like that alongside them for however far they need to go. Yeah, and all the tanks can be stored horizontally there. And then as that tapers down, we just have the pipes and things running to the front. That works. Which means we would have something like, what's the best way of doing this? Okay, yeah, that could work. So we'll have the power coming down from the batteries into the RCS, and then we'll run the we have tanks and things stored in the winglets there, and then have all the fuel and coolant pipes running down to the forward RCS there, and we could also have any weapons power run down there as well, perhaps. I'm wondering whether we have like a maintenance corridor underneath where we run that stuff down, especially if we've got high voltage cabling. We don't really want that running down corridors, so maybe we have a single maintenance run underneath. Because we don't need much in the way of hull there. Literally just a small bulge would do. Just to carry a maintenance access down there. Doesn't even need to be a full deck height. Yeah, I'm thinking more just keeping high voltage stuff away from general crew access, but again, on a ship this small, you're limited with space in terms of like dedicated engineering areas. You don't have the luxury like you do on the Magellan of being able to just space things out. It's all kind of crammed together somewhat. Definitely loving the horizontal reactor though. I think that's the perfect solution. Right, so that gives us the RCS there. I'll leave those power and fuel lines there for now. If we copy that over a minute, you'll get an idea of how it's taking shape. Doing this hardware first was absolutely the way to go. It's so much nicer doing this. It really does. Right, so let's sort out the difficult bit with this, which is getting the crew into it. So this is the widest point. So we definitely need something there. Obviously our shuttle bay access, and that's the cargo, isn't it? So that's a good point. Yeah, so we can't run a corridor down here because we've got all of the access way to the pylons going through that space. So that absolutely cannot be a corridor, which means our cargo hold can technically be bigger and go underneath the corridor for the shuttle bay. We just need a way down into it, which potentially we can use these stairs for. Maybe. I just realised I've used the oh no I haven't. No, oh I have. No, I was thinking I could use that space to alcove this staircase, but of course I can't now, can I? Because I've put the RCS there. Maybe I'll change how you get into that. Slightly awkward having it there. But yeah, so that definitely can't be there. Definitely nice having a bigger cargo hold underneath. We just need to work out how we're going to get to it. Yeah, we definitely need a cargo lift. And it doesn't matter too much if the shuttles are parked on it or not, because we can just move them to access that. Although if we have it in the corners, then they're not in the way of the shuttles anyway. Oh no, we can't because it's hull. Yeah, so the lift would have to go maybe under the stairs. It seemed the obvious place for it. Yeah, so we definitely need those corridors there. And the upper one will be used for that. So the main crew access for the shuttle bay is mostly going to be coming through on deck 3, which is this one, which means they're not going to be involved in walking past the door for what is an engineering space. So we could potentially keep the upper floor mostly engineering access. And we're just in kind of route the crew on this deck to get to the shuttle bay. I haven't actually, AJ, no. I will do that off camera though, because I will look like a right buffoon trying to figure out a 3D mouse. So right now we've got all of the engineering space condensed into one area, which is nice. I don't think we necessarily need like an engineering control room, although one would be nice to have. Because we could also use it as the as a gatekeeping device for the engineering hardware. So if you have to go through the engineering control room, then that can control access to anything beyond, which means you don't get to any of this stuff and without, you know, passing through what is probably the chief engineer sat there at a desk. So where would we squeeze that in? Potentially, yeah. I think ultimately we need just a little bit more room here. Because if we if we had a stairwell more over here, then we don't need a huge amount of room for an engineering office. Because we could do something like this and have 2 entrances into the reactor room. And then we can have stairs down into the cryo room. So stairs going down there, which are needed because that's where the access to the pylon will be. It might actually be worth us just extending the width of this room out by 1 grid square, just to give us a bit more breathing room. We do have space for it. Okay, which means if we then made this area here, so we move the lift out of the way. So if that space was to become the engineering control room, or maybe the engineering stairwell. It will, Festus, yes. It'll have basically the same thing that Magellan's got, but underneath. See, we only need essentially a corridor's width for a double staircase. So we could actually have like an engineering gantry out the back if we move that forward ever so slightly. Right, so what we could do is we could have a separate gantry out the back of engineering. Yeah. Which takes us all the way down to the bottom. And then we can have doors there. Yeah, something like that. We can route these around that quite easily. They don't need to be a straight line. And that means we've got engineering access then to every deck that we need. Okay, well that certainly solves the secure engineering access problem, because they have their own dedicated stairwell which is completely isolated from the rest of the ship. And then we only need one engineering control room, which gives you access to that at the back. Have a good one, CSI. Yeah, so these pipes, Arthur, they can be moved. That's not a problem. The crew access for the pylons is going to be here-ish. So they'll be next to that. But yeah, so we can just have these go up and across above your head. That's no problem. And the same down below, so we can have them go again above your head and above the door, and then down the wall through there. We'll bend them round where the crew access comes in. Right, let's Let's make some walls just so we know what we're doing. They could go under the floor, but they also do need to be accessible. So, like how we've got the pipes running over your head in the coolant room at the moment, something like that. Oops, didn't go far enough with that. There, that's where I wanted to go. So this one's an engineering space. Needs to go up there. We'll cut the door through there. And I guess we'll take that 5 centimeters away from the wall. Okay. Right, and that just needs to line up with that. Okay, and that's our engineering access there. But if we make that component, then we can just copy it down. Yeah, I think we'll go with a circular staircase for the main stairwell. I think that would be nice, a nice kind of feature stairwell on the ship. But this stairwell at the back here is literally just for maintenance access. So we'll even have it as gantries. It won't even be, proper wall panels. Let's stick the stairs inside there. We may as well. Right, so get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Copy that down twice. Pop that there. Pop So there's our engineering stairwell, and then we can get rid of our guide. So the next step in the process after this, in case anyone was wondering, is we need to start blocking this out more specifically in the engine. So we'll once we know like properly where everything's going, then we'll start roughing out some framework blocks, and then we can start exporting those framework blocks directly into the engine. Like, we need proper floors before we can run around it. But yeah, I think that's definitely the best way of navigating that vertical stack. And we've got room enough for another room underneath if we need one. So if we do need a separate space for the collector hardware, we can get to it via that staircase, which is nice. It does mean we've just made the ship 4 meters longer, but oh well. Never mind, eh? Right, so now that we've done that room there, let's just steal that top bit, and then we'll make this corridor as well. Should be it. Make this one yellow because it's the shuttle bay access. Actually, we can make this a component because the one below is the same. Or. Is it worth having 2 doors at the top? That does seem a little bit redundant, doesn't it? Yeah, I'll stick with the 1 door. 2 seems excessive for a room that small. Right, let's cut some holes. Okay, so we don't need those floor squares anymore. Yeah, so I like this. I like that you've got the main crew access to the shuttle bay here, but you've got this other hidden staircase behind the wall, which is reserved just for the engineering people, which is yeah, it's a nice separation between crew members. Oh yeah, they need to move as well, don't they? Thought I'd ballsed up then, but no, it's because I moved everything. Right, and then we need that corridor there. Yeah, it's a whole 4 meters wrong. Yes. So yeah, I think having the bar slash lounge above above the crew quarters, accessible from the main stairwell, actually makes more sense, because it means, let's say we have a big spiral staircase with a lift running up the middle of it, and then a ceiling window above. We can then have the bar slash lounge area with wraparound windows all the way around. So it makes that entire section quite executive feeling, which I like. And then all the crew quarters are obviously just under the floor, which would mean that the main crew mess would have to be underneath. Which isn't ideal, but there's nowhere else to put it really. And then the 2 rooms under the staterooms can be for like clothes cleaning and other maintenance activities. Again, it's a fairly small ship, so there's a limit to how much we can squeeze in. We haven't put in a medical facility yet, so that needs squeezing in, as do 2 science labs. They need squeezing in, but we've got all this space under here to use yet, so we'll see what we can squeeze into there. Actually, it'd be quite nice if we had the mess hall underneath here with like a downward facing window, so you've got this really nice kind of panoramic diagonal window. If you're next to a planet, that would be a really, really cool view. Yes, potentially. And we can do the same thing. We can still have the windows underneath there if we do that. I guess it makes no difference really. I suppose it makes more sense because if we were to make this into the crew mess, then at least that's on the same level as the actual quarters, rather than having to go down the deck. Good thinking. Yeah, so we could put sickbay right underneath the crew quarters, and then have the other facilities further forward than that. Or we make the ship longer, which we can still do. Again, I guess the beauty of doing it like this is that the size of the ship is really dictated by what it needs on the ship, like what facilities it needs. So we're constantly rejigging the scale based on facilities requirements, which is good. I like that. Yeah. See, we don't have an engineering control room, and we need one. So I'm thinking if we were to put one here, then that moves all this forward a bit, which means the engineering control room's off of the main stairwell, but then we could also put the medical facility above it, in line with the crew quarters. So it means the medical facilities are right opposite the lift, which could also be quite useful. And it's right in the middle of the ship. Which again is useful. Yeah, so right now the ship is 104 meters long. Hang on. Let's just confirm, because I've been adding bits. So I think it's 104. Yeah, so it's 104 meters long right now. I was trying to keep it to 100, but I don't think 100 is going to be practical for what it is we're building. So if we add... If we take all of that and we move it forward by 600 centimeters, so that's 6 meters longer, then that makes the ship 110. I don't know why I measured that. That was an easy number, but still. And then we'll fill that gap. So that gives us plenty of room now for a stairwell and an engineering control room. So if we do that on the lower floor of the reactor, then we could potentially have like windows looking through at the reactor, which could be kind of cool. Or I guess upper level would be better because you're then looking down on it. But then, yeah, we'll keep it that way. So let's make us a room. And we want that to be 6 meters wide. We'll stick an antenna on the front of the nose that's 1 meter long. No, I'd like to keep my floor, thank you. Right, So if we had this as an engineering control room, it could mean we could have a door at each end. So those doors would be facing out into the reactor room, and then some, like a window overlooking the reactor, which would be very cool. Okay, we'll make it 11T11. Right, so if that is the engineering control room, then we can make sick bay the same size. Again, it's a small ship, it doesn't need a massive sick bay. We just need an operating theatre and a couple of beds to convalesce in. So just copy that one down. Move all that forward a minute. Right, so that would give us a spiral staircase with a lift in the middle, not unlike the lounge on the Magellan. Okay. And then I guess the doors that you'd have coming off of that main stairwell would be leading to sick bay, the engineering control room, and whatever else. Let's just flip that around a minute. Yeah, I suppose you want to move these down here now, so So we have a central door for all those particular rooms. That means we've got the corridor going down there. Let's make those a minute. I don't see why not, yeah. One of the things that we're going to be adding game-wide is the ability to customize trim colors and things on a per deck basis. So you won't need to have all the decks be the same colored carpet if you don't want to. Just we will add that to the customization options at some point. Actually, it's probably a good time to mention our plan going forward with things like the roadmap. So we're going to try and keep the roadmap limited as much as possible, because we want to keep our patches small, focused, have one main deliverable on each patch, and then just a couple of tertiary items depending on what's needed at the time and what feature we want to cram in, or what's being requested by the community. For whatever reason, we'll have a number of tertiary items. So things like adding customization per deck would be the sort of thing that we would add. That would be like an example of one of those tertiary items that aren't necessarily the main thrust of the patch, but they are something that kind of adds to the whole. Um, 228. So 226 was bridge NPCs and general bridge update, adding the side consoles, basically fleshing the bridge out more. 227 was, and still is, sublight. So we'll have a look at adding wormholes and sublight engines and that sort of thing. I think a good candidate for 228 would be the ability to send down probes and actually start bringing things aboard the ship. That's kind of a precursor for having the science labs. So, we'll give you the ability to send down things to bring up, and then after that, we'll start looking at ways of performing science on those items. So we're gradually, adding more and more to the alien civilizations that you find, which would be good. Yeah, and planetary landings, of course. I will be starting VR development probably as early as next week, so that's going to be exciting. Hello, Mark. Welcome. Yeah, to be honest, Firstus, that is something that's on my radar. I might have a look at that when we do the sublight stuff, because I want to change it so that when you arrive at a planet, it's not just arriving like nose on straight into the planet. I want it to be able to pick a location adjacent to the planet, so that you're not like literally crashing into it if something goes wrong. So while I'm doing that, that's basically the same code for establishing an orbit. In fact, I'd probably draw an orbit in order to know where to stop. So if we draw a circularized orbit around the planet and then pick a point perpendicular to your angle towards the planet, then we can have the FTL exit like in standard orbit already, which should be good. And then, to be honest, once we've got sublight flight in, we don't even need to like have it FTLing around the planet to simulate an orbit. It can literally just follow a spline and handle the orbit. Right then, so where are we at here? We've got the upper shuttle bay access, we've got the corridors to get to the shuttle bay, we've got the little sneaky cubbies to get down into the RCS rooms. They've got their fuel tank locations. We've got the reactor control room there. Yeah, that's starting to feel like it's something now, which is nice. These corridors are going to be a little bit boring because they're surrounded by stuff on all sides, so we can't give them windows or anything. So yeah, they're just literally going to have to be crew access ways. We can maybe, I don't know, have some shelves along them or something with some knickknacks just to make them a little bit more interesting, but they are essentially just going to be corridors. Yeah, the planets already actually do rotate on their axis. It's just it takes a long time to rotate. Well, like Earth, it takes an entire day for it to rotate once. As for moving, like actual celestial motion, yes, hopefully at some point that is the ideal. The question really is whether or not the engine can cope with dragging the planet and the ship around together, and whether or not an orbital station can successfully be dragged around along with the planet. And then, you know, there's a lot of balls in motion, as it were, quite literally, and we just need to make sure that all of that is properly aligned. Yeah, really, it's just the cool factor of being able to, you know, park around a moon or something, or around a planet, and then watch the moon rise. It's, you know, it's an aspect of a lot of space games where having that dynamic solar system creates some really stunning visual stuff. And we're all about stunning visual stuff. I'm going to make the general areas of the ship this kind of yellowy colour, just so we can identify them easier. I mean, ultimately, there is a physical version of your ship that is moving around with physics. So all we need to do is, if we are essentially teleporting planets in very small increments to handle the movement, then we're just teleporting the physics state of the ship and anything else around it. So let's say that the planet moves once per second, and then once per second we're teleporting it just a tiny little bit to move it around in its orbit. Then we're just teleporting everything that's there with the planet every once per second. And if we're teleporting the physics state with it, then technically it should be seamless and you shouldn't notice the fact you're being teleported. But you know, things never work out quite the way you plan them, so I'm sure it's going to require some tweaking. Mention it on Discord, Arthur. Yeah, it's all down to the physics and how well it propagates. Like, if you are firing a projectile between two ships, and then both of those ships and that projectile are teleported sideways, what are the chances of that projectile still hitting that target ship? It's those sorts of things. I mean, you can teleport with the physics state retained, so technically it's possible. But possible in theory and possible in practice are not always the same thing. Yeah, there is actually a way of sharing physics states between objects. So you can use a thing called attach parent bound, and it will just use like the parent's bounds for the physics rather than calculating sub-physics. But there are ways and means, and we'll just have to keep playing until we find the ways and means that work. See you, Patrick. Have a good one. Yeah, ironically, gravity around planets is a lot easier than moving planets. Once you start moving physics states, it all gets a bit hairy. Yeah, good idea, Jack. Yeah, so obviously the ship's going to be wider here than we have here, so we might actually have some windows at this end of the corridor. That's not impossible. And then this bit can be wider, because as we taper down, so I imagine this corridor here will be a wedge shape as well, and this one to some extent. So we just want to make a smooth curve across there. We've got room enough for 18 crew members now, so that's pretty expansive over what we had. Let's make that a component, because I imagine that's going to be the same on each deck. Yeah, exactly, Velvet. I mean that's the like piece de resistance. That's why you want to do this. You know, there are many times I've parked in an SRV on a hillside and watched the sun come up over the horizon. It's yeah, you know, you can't beat those experiences. They're visually stunning, and it would be great to have that sort of thing. Like, because we are separating our surface environments from our space environments, we can still do that on the planet. So we can calculate celestial motion from the perspective of the planet's surface, depending on where you are. So we know where on the surface your character is in terms of its coordinates. So we know, you know, where the sky should be relative to where that position on the planet is. So we can have things like moons and other system objects moving around the planet surface when you're on it, but maybe not necessarily when you're in space. So we'll have to see how that works. We don't want some visual disconnect between the surface and the space either. So we'll pick the lesser of two evils. Hopefully, teleporting the physics states will be absolutely fine, and we'll have everything we want. But we'll see. See when we get to it. I would say SketchUp is like modeling on easy mode if you're doing basic stuff. If you want to do like soft body modeling and you're using subdivision, then Blender has much better tools for moving edges around or moving loops. Like in Blender, you can grab a loop and then slide that loop across the geometry to where you want it to go in order to, you know, update that mesh. In SketchUp, you can't grab a loop and move it because the whole thing just tears apart. Yeah, so anything involving subdivision, if you're going to do it, use Blender. If you're doing hard surface modeling and you're doing non-subdivision style modeling, then SketchUp is so quick and easy. For architectural stuff, it's like super quick. Yeah, Blender has all the bells and whistles for things like subdivision that SketchUp only half has. I mean, you can do subdivision modeling, but it's better in Blender, for sure. basically, yes. I mean, if you wanted to make your basic geometry in SketchUp and then take it into Blender to finish it off, I'd say there's no reason not to. It used to be the case that SketchUp couldn't export FBX files, but it can now, which makes life even easier. Did I just... Oh, I thought I did. I forgot that was a component. Better. I wasn't planning to include it in the stories, no. I mean, the ship does have lore, and it will exist in the story in the lore sense, but not specifically as part of the plot. I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't mention it in passing. Okay. It's definitely starting to look like a thing now. stick a bulkhead halfway down this corridor as well, I think, just to keep them fairly regularly spaced. Thank you, Firstus. Very much appreciated. Right, so how are we doing time-wise? Got about 20 minutes left, so let's take stock a minute. So this is deck 2, I think we're working on here. Hang on, where's deck? Yeah, so deck 1, that's the upper level there. So we'll do the crew lounge and everything up on deck 1. We might even have space for the mess as well on deck 1. Well, we shall see. And then deck 2, we've got the upper level of the shuttle bay. We've got the corridor that goes to the shuttle bay around engineering. The main stairwell in the middle there. Engineering control room. We've got 8 crew cabins and the 2 VIP suites. And then that drops down via a ramp or stairs into the bridge, which is betwixt decks. It's a mid-deck area. Didn't move that bit, need to move that over, and that gives you the bridge and everything there. So that's deck 2. Deck 3 is largely more of the same. So you've got the lower area of the shuttle bay access corridor that goes around. We'll make that sick bay there, central stairwell, more crew cabins, and probably some crew infrastructure stuff at the front here. So we'll have like the laundrette and maybe some 3D printers and things. Have them at the front. That's the point. Actually, engineering doesn't have a workshop. Maybe we'll make that at the bottom. Because we do have room. What I could do, actually, I could drop the engineering control room down 1 deck to there, and then have it a workshop underneath for engineering, then have sick bay up on deck 2 instead. That might work. Or the other way around, actually. Maybe have the engineering control room right at the bottom. So like the only reason you'd ever go to the bottom of the stairs is if you were going to engineering, and then have a workshop above it. I'll play with that when we get to it. But yes, then we'll have 1 or 2 rooms here, depending on what we use them for. Just need to move those forward by 400, or was it 600? Yeah, 600. Okay, and then we need the aquaponics or the hydroponics, which we might stick down underneath there. Yeah, so to be honest, if we do crew mess and lounge up on deck 1, and then we can stick the hydroponics down underneath. Still need to put some science labs in there though. It's amazing how much stuff you need on a starship. There's always more stuff. Just copy these down here a minute. Given the additional length, I might make the ring ever so slightly bigger as well. What's our current width? Okay, so it's 45 meters. I might take it up to 50. So, yeah, 50 meters wide, 100 meters long. So 111 meters long. Yeah, we have this thing on Steam where Steam will give you keys for anything you need keys for, but only up to a point. So we don't have that many lifetime pass holders, so we should be fine key-wise, but it's not something we want to rely on in the long term, because we'll also have multi-platform release as well. So obviously we want to release on the Epic Store at some point, and if we're controlling access to something via a lifetime pass, like by giving away keys on Steam, then that's not going to work for the Epic Store. So by having our own account system, it means we can control access to things no matter what platform we release on, which is generally the easier way. Yeah, it is luxury in the sense that it's a corporate vessel. So it's kind of corporate luxury. I've never seen a content pass on Steam, no. And they might do, I just haven't seen it. Right, so deck 2's done, deck 3's looking better. Let's remove some of them templatey bits. Thought they were in the wrong place. Yeah, so I get new. So either we'll have a central corridor here with 2 rooms, or maybe just one big room with a door each side. Fairly strapped for space on this deck, so we don't have much freedom of movement. Yeah, so this will be where the main stairwell terminates. I'm wondering actually whether we have some secure doors into engineering at the back of the cargo hold here. Because if engineering need anything from the cargo hold, it would be nice for them to have a door straight into it. Yeah, we can have a cargo lift from the shuttle bay. So that's one way down. But yeah, other than that, it's a really difficult space to get to. Maybe we can have some engineering storage there and crew storage somewhere else. But still need to squeeze in hydroponics and science labs. Yeah, so all of this is going to be angled all the way across there, so really not much in the way of space. Yeah, good point, Arthur. We don't need two doors for sure. Well, the whole purpose of this ship is to conduct forward scouting activities for stuff the corporation can exploit in order to make bigger and better ships, because that's kind of their deal. They're a ship manufacturer, so they'll be very much interested in exploiting some tech if they can find it. So being able to conduct science, at least in a basic way, is very much up their alley. So something like that, that is a 5 meter by 4 meter lift. So we could have that going down, although not if it's going to go beyond the bounds of the cargo hold. Although the cargo hold walls will be at an angle, so there will be room. We could potentially also have stairs going down as well. How far off are we? Yeah, so in actual fact, if we were to pop that there. Oh. Well, that's no good, is it? So where would that be on the inside? It's all very in the way, isn't it? Unless we did something like that. So we've got loads of room down there, so that really can go all the way to the wall. Actually, if we had hang on, a plan is forming. See, if we moved this over, well, even there, to be honest. We could have a staircase with a cargo lift adjacent to it, like that, and simply just move that door over. It doesn't need to be in the middle. And this can go as far back as it needs to, potentially all the way to the wall if need be. And with that being curved up there, we can potentially squidge it sideways a bit more as well. So that, oh yeah, fair point. Fair point. So, in terms of access, it kind of needs to go the other way around. And away from the wall. Yeah, so if we had something like that, then we just move the entrance to the shuttle bay over here somewhere. That kind of solves both problems. We get ourselves a cargo lift and some stairs down. I'll play with that, because what we could also do, to be honest, is extend these forwards a bit, because they don't need to be where they are, and that gives us more room underneath. We say 3 meters on that one. And then 3 meters on that one. Yeah, and then that can actually then go back to facing the other way, which means it can go over further, like all the way to there, and then we'll just have access underneath there, which means that doesn't need to be as wide. Give the lift a slightly different colour so that we can tell that it's a lift. So it's not a massive cargo lift, but it is a cargo lift. Although the other thing we could do is actually have the shuttles themselves lowered down into the cargo hold. Oh no, we can't. I keep forgetting the fact it doesn't go all the way under. I appear to have a cat in front of me. I've got two cats in front of me. So let me introduce you to the fattest cat in the world. This is Garfield, and very much takes after his namesake. And then his mother is the tiny calico one, Pip, who has just run off. She's the one that was throwing up earlier. Yeah, a ramp is doable. Yeah, to be honest, it's just there just isn't room to move the shuttles anywhere. They just need to stay where they are. You're welcome, Thirstus. Thank you. It's well, we've just hit the 4-hour mark, so I shall be disappearing myself in a sec. That's why the cats are all over me. It's like they somehow know that it's been 4 hours. They're like, it's time for feeding. Okay, so on that note, we now have our basic kind of hardware layouts, and again, this will expand over time and turn into a crazy spaghetti of pipes and wires, which I'm very much looking forward to, because this is the bit that really gets me excited about this stuff. This is why I started doing this. It's so I could make stuff like this. And then we've started building out our decks. I think I'm quite happy with the layout of this. I think this works. Again, it's not going to be this blocky when it's actually implemented in game. It will follow the curve of the hull, so these corridors will be more wedge shaped. They'll have nice slanted windows. It's all going to look very sexy when it's done. This is just the initial blocking out, so we know roughly where things need to go and roughly how big they need to be, so that we make sure that we've got enough rooms, enough infrastructure, and everything is where it should go. And then we can refine and tweak from there. So yes, the Caravella class is definitely coming along, and it's now 11 meters. Yeah, that was it, wasn't it? Oh, hang on, it's not quite yet. There we go. I've stuck the Arthur array on the front. Oh, it doesn't show up. Why is my labels not showing up? But anyway, there we go. So thank you again, once again, everyone, for watching this long drawn out shipbuilding process. We will be continuing with this certainly every Sunday and probably every Wednesday as well for a while, whilst I'm doing the VR stuff, because there's nothing I can really show whilst doing VR, so I may as well just continue doing this. And yeah, and hopefully reasonably soon we shall have a completed vessel, which will be nice. So have a good one, everyone, and I shall see you all on Wednesday's stream. Bye for now.